Good morning, good morning. How's everyone doing? Boy. Too short, Kowalski. That's how my weekend was. How about you? Too short. Nice. Hmm. What are we doing here? We retracing the whole thing? See what happens in the 200. Guys, please, 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 please let me know if my mic starts cutting out today. Nothing new. I just don't understand why it cuts out and why no one lets me know. All right. 200 bouncing so far. Just view up. I'm watching to see if we put in a lower high. Some very clear absorption above us that we're going to have to battle through before I care about upside continuation other than just buying off this 200. Sell side sitting at 240. Watch for reoffer into there, I guess. Yeah. We're just watching to see if we get a lower high. Your first big sell side pressure here is going to be into 230, your value low of previous candle, but absorption is occurring into this 240 into these highs, and there's nothing much here. So I'm just watching to see if sell side's going to step down here and hold this value low of our previous candle here into 230. Not, then we'll rotate back up into these very clear absorption into our highs. Just gotta watch. Again, all we did was bounce VU up here to our lows, but just coming back up to our seller now. I'm really not going to care about longs until we can push over this 240-260 on NQ. This is just absorption. But this is a good low so far. Watch what happens here into our seller. This is 240. This is our PVZ value high. And our POC of previous candle. Should expect a little bit of sell-side pressure if we are going to make a lower high. Not, then we'll rotate back up to at 260 and figure out what we're going to do. I have no clue. Just balance right now. Is the news spot down? I'm assuming it is. Or is there just no news? Have you guys heard it this morning? Okay. I'll just pay attention, see if anything pops up. All right, into our absorption highs here. Let's see if this thing flips or if we hold balance and then just rotate back down. All right, well, that sounds like we should give Tom a tag. Okay, rejecting our bow high so far. Wow. Okay. Right back down. Full balance. That absorption is insanely clear into the highs. Like I cannot stress that enough.
Trump on Truth Social says
Hey,
India is
there
not
he
only
is.
buying massive amounts of Russian oil, they are then, and for much of the oil purchased, selling it onto the open market for big profits. They don't care how much. They don't care how many people in Ukraine are being killed by the Russian war machine. Because of this, I will be substantially raising the tariff paid by India to the US. Thank you for your attention. So again, the key point there I will be substantially raising the tariff paid by India to the US.
You know we're about to drop in the market when he says, "Thank you for your attention on this matter."
So no figure given by Trump
you know, some crazy cake is about to happen. That's at the end of the tweet. All right, so right back down to our balance low into our buy side liquidity here. Let's see what happens. Just another bounce off view up. Very balanced. Until we see sell side step down for a lower high and we don't just go right back up to our highs, there's really not a ton here. Just balance. I am still not taking anything until we have a bit more clarity. I want to see this shift a bit. Like we're holding POC as resistance here on the last 1, 2, 3, 4 candles, right? So this is a very clear shift from our uptrend into now a more curling over pattern, right? We're very clearly seeing a top coming in. The shift on footprint from our uptrend, right, now to a topping absorption area. With our POCs above our price and now pushing down, we are now into this stacked imbalance. Our imbalance. Yes, I was correct. Stacked imbalance on footprint here, which we can just consider as buy side liquidity into the bottom of our range. This is also our view up at 200. There's not, again, like I said, there's not a lot here for a breakdown as of yet until we see this flip offer. This is just bottom of balance. I want to see someone shift a bit of, I want a bit more clarity into the bottom of our range. Do I think that there's a strong chance that this breaks to the downside?
The back
Yeah.
I did see the
I
rupee
do.
weaken.
But I don't know if we're going to see it now. I'd rather see it in 5 minutes on the open of 15s so that we can play off of a lower POC and then get the breakdown and play that. I want to see view up flip for me to feel comfortable. We just saw how crazy fast this thing can move, right? Like there's nothing in between this low and this high. We just went up in 3 minutes. We retraced the whole balance, and then in 1 minute we retraced the entire balance back down. So I'm not trying to overposition or be too confident in directionality until I have a very clear participant show at this edge that they want to break down. Or we're just going to rotate right back up off of another failure, right? See what they do. It's crazy how like little structure we have on NQ here. Like the bid's gonna have to like really show up. I mean, or we drop like 100 points here. I mean, this candle's crazy on the open. Like our reversion target is literally what 100, it's 100 points away. So it's like we hold here or we flip, and then we have a 100-point move to downside. Which is why I don't need to be too preemptive about this. So we will still get points regardless. So we're still holding this liquidity at our lows. We need to get above this 220 where our offer is going to be sitting here. Let's see what happens. We have a minute until new 15s. $30. Is is COVID coming back, guys? Are people around you getting sick again? Have you noticed or no? I've heard people like I had like three people in the last over the weekend be like, "Oh, like someone I know has gotten COVID." I just want to know if I'm like if that's anecdotal or if there's like if it's like actually feels like it's coming back. Retesting our 200 here. Offer trying to sweep this thing down a bit through this liquidity, still holding. We're really going to need to see this flip 190 or this is going to continue to be absorbed here. Let's see if we can go back up here. If we flip 190, then rotation down to 165 is probably what happens. If this 190, 200 continues to bid, we should be able to rotate back up. See what we do. Still holding our liquidity here. I need this to flip if we're going to go down. Or to me, this just feels like bottom of balance. Got to get over 25s for rotation back up. If that doesn't happen, then it's just going to be really choppy here.
ChatGPT sees active users rising to 700 million from 500 million in the last year, according to CNBC. Washington, D.C. says German Finance Minister Klingbeil says positive that there is a deal, but there is a lot to clarify with the US.
See if we can get more.
Just to reiterate, Klingbeil in Washington says that positive that there is a trade deal, but there is a lot to clarify with the US. Furthermore, Klingbeil says we were too weak in negotiations, we cannot be satisfied.
I think this should be your first risk off into 220, 225 if you are long off of 190, 200. But if we can bid here, should be able to fully rotate up for another 20 points at least. This is just our PVC POC. So it's a good risk off and into our halfway back and into our value of our previous candle. Just watching ES also top of range and Russell top of range. I want to see a secondary bid here. Again, I'm not incredibly bearish on the market until we flip this very clear buyer at the lows. If we can flip this, then again, we can rotate down and play our previous balance and start to do the reversion down to our 15-minute VWAP. But I gotta see this flip of our bid that's here on footprint at 190, 200. I think this is our test here into 15 to 20. If they hold off for a lower high, or if we can pop, it's either a very clear high or low at VWAP is supportive, and then a look over 220 for a rotation up, or this like 15 to 20 here is going to hold an offer off of a failed look above, and then we rotate down. See what this
German
bid can do
Finance
here.
Minister Klingbeil says we need a quick solution to the trade conflict. Security is important for the German companies.
Again, watching this 205 to see if bid holds and we can push over 220 here, or if sell side tries to slap this thing down into 15 to 220. We're watching for this to happen, right? And then take out these lows for continuation down, or for this 195 to 205 to hold us supportive for higher low, and then we rotate over 220 for rotations up into these highs. I want to see a very clear flip of this from downside if this is going to happen. Or this is just going to continue to absorb here.
Klingbeil says we will address quotas for steel industry with Bessent. Klingbeil says it's positive that there's a deal, but there's a lot to clarify with the US. Klingbeil says we are in a phase of polarization in Germany, and the government has the responsibility of solving the citizens' problems.
195, 205 holding as supportive still. We're watching to see if we can get over this 15 to 20, or if this is going to hold a lower high and then rotate below 190 and offer for rotations down, right? So you don't want to be playing in
Klingbill
the
says
mid here.
Percent and I have
We
been
want
in
to see
constant
what
communication
happens
and I
into
want to
this
have a good
high
relationship.
or this low. This is still where buyers are, right? Don't try to short until we see a very clear look below and then play off of a 10-point risk on the look below for the hold, or we will rotate back up. Again, this is the bid, this low here at 190 to 200. So you got to respect that that's where buy side is sitting until they're not there. If we start to push over 220, we can look for full rotations up, I believe, on retest, just like we have pathed. So very tight range right now. Russell testing highs. ES flat, no change. Just watching to see which way we break here on NQ.
US natural gas futures fall 5% to $2.93. German Finance Minister Klingbeil on BLS firing on Friday. Institutions must remain independent.
God. Big stretch. Jesus. Just got filled on my first contracts into 215. Watching to see if we can pop over. Again, there is no shift until we see the sweep below 190 and then reoffer. This is just bottom of balance as we have it labeled. Trying to pop over highs now. If this continues to fail, we need to see this sweep below and then offer and hold this 190, 200 as resistance for this rotation down. Until we see that, this is where the bid is resting and absorbing. And we are watching to see if they can get back above this for rotations back up, or if this is going to just chop here until a decision is made until a side gets stopped out, right? We're not looking for any sort of crazy expansion until we see someone trapped above or below these two boxes. We need someone off sides for this to move, or we will continue to rotate in this range. Still no interest above 220. Offer still holding there from 15 to 20. Yeah. But as soon as RTY stops doing its own thing, right, then the market dies. So it needs to continue to push. And we need to see NQ break. New 15 opening now into our highs. RTY still leading up. ES at our value high edge on the day. NQ just really in this tight range here, opening at POC of previous candle.
Fed bids for 3-month bills totaling $4.6 billion.
Let's see if sell side can continue to maintain this high or if we can flip it. Got to get through this. We need to see a sweep above and then a secondary bid hold that high. Just like we have pathed, or again, like sell side is going to win this out, and then we will look for a sweep below, and then they'll offer to hold this 190 to 200 for downside if they continue to fail.
Fed bids for 6-month bills totaling $4.1 billion. US Post proclamation on copper imports in Federal Register.
If we absorb here into this low again, then offer is pretty clear into those highs still. Let's see if they flip below or if this holds. Again, we're just watching to see if this buyer at 190 to 200 is able to sustain, and if we can get over to 220 and hold, or if this guy up here at the highs at 15 to 20 continues to absorb, and then we can sweep below 190 and then hold an offer that. Until then, you have a very tight balance. Need someone trapped above or below one of these pivots. Or really anything. into our 190 low. See if they can sweep through off of our hold of 15 to 20. This is where we either trap into our lows and then rotate up, or sell side is actually able to push through and then we reoffer for rotation down to 165. We shall see.
Ten minutes away from the bottom of the hour, we get the 6-month and 3-month bill auction. Prior for the 3-month for the high yield of 4.235%, prior bid cover of 3.21, 6-month bill prior high yield of 4.12%, and a prior bid cover of 3.36. So the US is looking to sell $82 billion in 3-month bills and $73 billion in 6-month bills.
$190 held, stepping back over 200s. Now watching to see if secondaries pushes right back up to that 15 to 20, or if we're going to show any interest anywhere else. Right? Until then, it's just balance. Offer is trying to step down, but there is still this buyer here at 190 to 200. Mm-hmm. 190, 200 continuing to hold, rotating back up to our 15 to 20. We have 5 minutes until London close. Full rotation again, just balance. Again, there is no short for me unless you are trying off this top edge or we'll get a very clear look below 190 and then rotate down off of it. This is just where the bid is resting. Upside is on this hold of 190, 200 and the flip over this 220 as supportive for a secondary buyer.
But it's going to get the 3-month and 6-month bill auction data.
It.
3-month bill,
Just
prime
balance.
high yield of 4.235%.
Just filled into 15, 5 left.
6-month bill, prior high yield of 4.12%, and prior bid cover of 3.36.
Again, I am out 2/3 of my position, just playing this balance. I'm watching to see if we can flip on a new 15. We have 3 minutes. That's also your London close and news is coming out then. This is just top of our range. We're watching to see if we trap here off of a failed look above, right? So let's say that we look above. We don't see any ability to then push. We look for the reoffer, the look below. This then becomes a short here, playing off of this, and then we look for the rotation down. If this continues to hold, right, this 190, 200 is still supportive. All you're doing is playing this back up into this 15 to 20. Secondary move happens on the look above here, and then the bid and hold here at this 15 to 20 for upside. It is just balance. I cannot stress that enough. We have shown no interest yet below this low, our balance low, and this buy-side liquidity off of our stacked imbalance that printed off of footprint. We are still absorbing into these lows. We are watching to see if buy side can rotate back up over this for the rotation up in our upper balance from this morning structure. If this continues to fail here and we don't show any interest, right, this then just becomes a short on the look back below for rotations back down. Do you guys have any questions about this, or do we understand? Again, you have a minute until EU close and bonds and new 15s. So you'll probably get a decision then. You'd assume.
Shortly expecting the 3-month and 6-month bill auction data.
20 seconds. $2.15 opening now. Watching our 200 edge, seeing if a bid steps in there, or if this will flip. POC of previous candle is sitting at our 220. So this is where we watch for either a lower high into our 15 edge off of this bounce, or we flip over and then we look for that supportive hold above.
Three-month bill, high yield of 4.165% and a bid cover of 3.17%. And awarding 28.41% of bids at high and selling $87 billion. US 6-month bills with a high rate of 3.98% and a bid cover of 3.14, awarding 98.27% of bids at high and selling $77 billion.
Looking at our NQ highs here again. See if we can get over, or if this is all we get. We were able to hold and maintain a higher low, but we need to show interest above for that secondary buyer to start to step in, or this is just going to be where they absorb. Again, this is just how I've been playing it. It's up to you to do something. If you think we're going to go lower, then you're still thinking that this 225 to 15 is holding, then you look for offer below and then use that as your your push down. To me, this 190 to 200 seems very obvious is where the bet is, so I've just been playing off of that. But if we flip below, then I will look short. It is totally fine to look for that short here and use this as your risk on a look back down, right? But I personally am just playing off of this hold and then the rotation up. If we can show that interest above this, we'll then look for our secondary, right? Where this then is our offer, or sorry, where we're our risk, and then we'll just be rotating back up to here. If we can play down a secondary leg, we'll use this as our risk. If we see someone offsides into our highs, then we'll play this down to like 165. Right, as a secondary sell. But right now, we're just watching to see if we can hold up here. We'll look above. Let's see if we can find a secondary buyer up here, or if this is where they trap and then look back below 15s for our rotation down. Just in my runners from 190. Watching to see if I can get a secondary ad here. Or if there's literally no change. Need to show any interest over 25s for me to add. Or this is, again, just our high. All right, let's see what they do here. Really important retest. 15 to 25. See if this says now offer. Again, we got to step over 25s and bid for upside, or this is just going to be a lower sell. About my first on that short from the flip of 15s into 200s. Half left. Watching to see if we get below. Bid at 200 so far, no change. Watching for reoffer. Again, we have yet to see a shift of our POC, right? Still above. So there's very clearly someone still taking in size here, and we have no right side of V trade. It is just balance with absorption still into our highs. What we do know is that there's still a buyer sitting here at 190 to 200. So this has to be your first risk off on the look back into this. But until we see price actually be able to sustain above POC, we don't really have the ability to expand, right? Does that make sense? So like, yes, someone is still absorbing here, but yes, someone is still absorbing here. So it is still just balance. And until we see this shift on the higher time frame where POC is holding as supportive and we're able to then push off of it, we should expect more of the same, right? Yeah. See if they put in a lower high here again, holding this 15. New 15's opening. True. Into POC of previous candle, see if offer holds into this 2025 or if we can flip it and then get the hell out of here. If we hold here and then look back below, this is just going to be a failure to push and then it's a rotation down, right? If we can bid and hold above, it's a good sign that we want to keep going higher. Got to get through this 25 and show an interest above, or this 2025 is going to hold offer, and then we'll look back below and rotate back down to our 290, 190, or sorry, 200, 190. You want this bid at 15s to be pretty clear. See if this can flip and hold. We'll look above. See if they can do it. We want to see if they can sustain above now, or if this flips back below, it'll be a good trap, and then we can play this down. We are here. I have a limit at 240 on the flip of 225s. See if we get some of this filled here. See if we can build. Share first risk off as we push into this. I'm like almost positive we get a retest of this edge in new 15s, but we'll see. This should be our first risk off as we push into this. Again, took off a little into 40 off of our flip of 25. We're going to watch to see if we can build here. You've got this like 40 to 50 above is just top of balance, right? It's really like 40 to 55. So you just want to be risking off as we rotate up into the high of it. Leave a runner, watch to see if we can rebid 25s for continuation. 4.5 minutes for this to random walk. Russell into highs, ES into highs. Just watching to see if we can hold these. Just another failure at our value lows to shift value down, right? Now just into our value high instead of our value low. Watching to see if we can shift out. I think you'll have another attempt. It's not a big deal. We want to retest regardless. If not, like, right, we just are going to trade back up into 55, and then it's going to reject, and there's no change. So, let's see what they do. There's your 55 secondary target. Bid stepping in, ES into highs, RTY breaking out. Were people able to play off of the 190 200 or the 225 flip? Just bottom balance. Great job. So this is just a full rotation of our balance. Held our balance low, rotation up to our balance high. Okay, yeah, that is to our target here. See what they do. Huge trade. See if they hold this 55 to like 70 as our balance high and rotate us back down to 40s here, or if we can flag it out. Again, just top of balance, so not a lot here. Our last buyer is sitting at this like 37 to 45. We're watching to see if we can hold this high. Flag it out. POC from previous candle here, our highs. I'm not really expecting this thing to break here, but we'll see. I think a pullback and retest of some of this would make the most sense, but it doesn't need to happen. If we just show interest above, then we show interest above. It's whatever, I'll play it, but I'd like to see at least a little bit of a pullback. But if we just build at this 55 to 70, that's fine. Just really holding our highs where we were absorbing before, that's a great sign. But if we can't do that, right, like I'm going to just be looking for them to absorb into these highs again and then look below, and then we watch to see what happens here. This is either going to then bid and then look over, or this will be our secondary sell and our rotation back down. So just watching to see how we pull back here. See if this 55 can hold offer and retest. Again, like I'd personally really like to see at least one more like down into 40 here off of 55 offer. Just for the flag and like show interest at the mid of our range. I don't like it when we leave all of this untested after one push up. So a little bit of a retrace here makes the most sense. We just watch to see if the buyer can hold into this 37 to like 45. If they can, then we can look for the break of these highs. But if they continue to fail here and make these lower highs and can't get back over, right, like it's a rotation back through our already established balance. So really keeping our eye on this area. We already know that they were absorbing here, right? So like until we see a shift above like we did at 25s, we should be respecting it the same as what this was, this 15 to 25. Like we need to see the step over and then show interest for me to care about longs, because we have already established that this is where the seller is sitting. So like, yes, this is flagging and that's great, but we now want to see this either like look down or look above and then show interest. If not, then it's going to be like a full rotation through because nothing has changed in these highs. Like 7 minutes left on this candle. Kind of gross. Later, Kowalski. Buyer's trying up here, but just being taken in. I still would really like to see this pull back, but if it doesn't, right, we're just watching for the flip over 70s, and then we'll watch to see if it holds, just like it did at 25s. Doesn't have to pull back, right? It's just, it would be nice. I'm just watching our wick high here to see if that maintains or if we take it out. We have 4 minutes left on this candle. It is really trying to push here from 55 to 65. I really don't have an opinion up here. Still holding our 70 highs. Wick high is not taken out. We have a minute 50 left in this candle. This is still just our balance high. I'm still just watching to see how we build out here, or if we need to revert some of this off of a failure to push. Just a flag, right? Like there's nothing crazy. We have already established that this is where the sell side's absorbing, that this is our balance high. We need to see if we can push above and hold, or if this is going to continue to absorb here, and then we're going to need to pull back. It is very, very slow. Hopefully we get a decision into new 15. Forty seconds till new 15s. Still just absorbing into our highs. Watching our bid here, see if it's out 55 or if we flip it for the rotation back down. New 15s opening now. See what we do here. Looking above our highs here, let's see if we can take out this wick high into 70, or if this continues to maintain and we step back down. I need to see a bit more. This is so passive up here into our balance high. It is trying to step up. It's creeping up. See if we can flip this. Yes, flagging nicely. RTY flagging nicely. Just need to show a bit more interest than we are.
Russian Foreign Ministry says Russia is no longer considers itself bound by a moratorium on deployment of short and medium range missiles.
This is so slow into our highs. Jesus. A little push above. Let's see if the 70 can hold for the flip. Super important. Bid trying. I'm personally not looking for shorts until we push back below 55s, guys. Just like we talked about. This is just, it's either going to sustain above, or we fail here, and then I look for a lower high outside of this. But I don't really want to trade this area other than trying to see if 70 holds as supportive here, 60 to 70. If that holds as supportive, then we can keep going up. If this fails, then we'll watch to see how we interact below this 55, which was our value low of this candle where we are showing an active bid. So, again, not looking, I want to see someone trapped up here, or I want to see this flip as supportive before we do anything else. It's too slow for me to actively want to short an area, even if we are seeing some selling pressure. I just want to see if this is going to stay bid or if this is going to flip, and then we reoffer at a lower point, wrapping the people above, right? That's the most important aspect here, is we are above our POCs from our previous candles, right? So I don't really want to be trading bearish until I see that flip and we're starting to build below. Yeah. If we are able to trap here, amazing, right? Then we rotate through our previous balance, and then we have trades lined up. But we really want to see if this can sustain or not. Minute 30 until new 15s. POC of this candle sitting at R70. Bid resting there. Should be able to rotate up to 90, or this will fail, and then we look for the push below 55 and then play that down. As long as this is maintaining, though, upside is likely. Just watching. See if this can continue. New 15, opening now. Opening at POC of previous candle. Bid a bit trapped here over 70. Watching to see if we can hold on retest. Look back above. New 15 is opened. Watching our offer into 70. Good hold so far. Need to see a step over 70 here for more. Where this will be our lower high and then a rotation down to 55.
Hello, everybody.
What's up, man?
These are some rectangles today.
Yeah, just back to our balance highs.
Hmm.
Watching to see if we can hold up here or if we flip back. Looking for shorts if we look below 55 and hold from up here. Or if this like 55, 60 continues to hold, then just upside back up to like 90. Just want to see if they trap up here or not.
Very similar for ES on the higher time frame as well.
Yeah. Russell into ADR here. It was a really nice rotation earlier, but we slowed down since EU closed after the full rotation up in one candle.
Yeah.
But like 190 still holding. They're very same levels as before.
Yeah, we'll see what happens this next half hour, and then if this post lunch, if we get something.
Yeah, I mean PLC
I'm
is
assuming
trying
it
to
would.
shift up here.
Yeah.
They're building out this node. I just don't know if this is gonna trap or not. PLC still just holding the 70, no change in this absorption above. Watching to see how we react as we push down into this 55-60. If we can push below and hold, should start to see sweepers step in below 55. If this continues to maintain down here, then this is just going to be our bid. There's not much here. We need to see it step below and hold for downside. This is where buyers will attempt to absorb here into 55-60. If they flip it, then we look for sellers to step down and hold. See what they do.
Are you guys getting pounded with the Canadian wildfire smoke, Sig, or is there not much in Ohio?
I haven't seen much yet.
It has been like a week and a half here. It's horrible. Even 2 weeks. I can't breathe.
I'm sure it'll hit us soon. Oof. All right, let's see if sell side can do this here, guys. We gotta show interest below this 55. Still just watching. How much time do we have left on this?
Minute,
Yeah.
15s.
So we'll be watching our offer into 60-70. See if that can hold with POC and value high above. If we can show this interest below 55, then we're in a very good spot for downside rotation. 55 bid is still present. We're just watching to see how we interact here into our value low at 62 and our POC here at 70. A lot of absorption above, right? So we're going to watch to see if that maintains and if we no longer can hold above POC like we were doing before. If it's the same as before, where the sell side is willing to step in and then we're able to rotate down off of this, then we should be able to then trade balance down. U15. I'm just watching to see how sell side reacts here. Again, we need to show interest above, or this is going to be a lower high into our 60 to 70. Watching POC retest on this open a new candle. If offer can hold a lower high, I'm going to be looking for this to then show interest below 55s for rotations down. If we're able to sustain here and then start to show interest above 70s after holding here, then I think sell side doesn't have the juice. Then we can continue up. If you're not following what I'm talking about, like this is very clear where the bid is getting absorbed into these highs. We're watching to see if this area sustains, right? This is absorption. We are watching to see if this maintains, and then if we can push below 55s for just a larger balance rotation back down through this. Or if we're going to be able to bid and continue to bid here at 55 and then start to rotate up. We need to show interest below this guy here. So if you're in a long, this is your first risk off. And if you're looking to short, this is your first area where you might have some interest here into 70. We're watching to see if buyers can take out highs here, or if this is going to be top of rotation and they absorb at a lower spot. Again, from here, we're watching to see if we can look below this 55 with size, or this is just top of range. Rotation back up to our high of range here off of our 55 hold. Let's see if bid can step up. Offer sitting at 80 on NQ. Again, not looking bearish until we step below 55 and hold that as resistance. Until then, this is just a supportive hold of our balance high. See what happens here into 80.
Five minutes until turn of hour.
I have to take a phone call real quick. I will be right back.
Have fun.
Just heads up, India just responding to what Trump said earlier on. So their targeting on a nation is unjustified and unreasonable. We'll see if there's any more comments. And India says they will take necessary measures to safeguard interests. So again, India responding in a statement to the US and EU criticism on Russian oil.
Looking back in, 2 minutes here till turn of hour. You're most aggressive on RTY on this little look back. I wouldn't call it a failure yet, since we're just still back in range, but if we, at the open of this new 15 in turn of hour, if we can't get up like instantly and take out highs again, I'd say this probably comes back down a little deeper.
So India says that they began to import Russian oil after the Ukraine conflict. Further detail, then they said so India began importing from Russia because traditional supplies were diverted to Europe after the outbreak of the conflict.
Here's your open.
So, more from this Indian Foreign Ministry spokesperson, as they say that at that time, the US actively encouraged such imports by India from Russia, strengthening global energy market stability.
Still keeping your eyes on Russell here. They have lower highs, slight lower highs on ES&Q, but still just maintaining halfway back and kind of holding the range retest. It definitely doesn't have the aggression, but your deeper look is still RTY. See if we get a lead or if we get a really quick move, take out highs on ES&Q. I think it seems so far that ES and Q are willing to hold, and just a lot of that kind of like failure pressure is coming off of RTY right now. We'll see if that continues.
Still here.
Yeah, RTY got a little weak. We just looked back into halfway backs and held. I'll see if we get a little oomph or what.
We'll look back above, holding where we need to on NQ, POC a previous candle, nice pop. See what happens here. What's up? Number 2? What do you mean? Oh, got it. 50 seconds till new 15s. Really not much here. Just held POC to value low of previous candle on retest and open, pushing up into this 85.90. Again, we've got 40 seconds. Just watch to see how we interact here. Slowly grinding up.
Shortly expecting the Fed reverse repo operation. "26 counterparties take $125.730 billion at Fed reverse repo operation.
Still lower high on Russell on that attempt. ESNQ coming back towards halfway backs. Now do Pelosi.
Yeah, a lot of it. Hold of our POC of previous candle on our 15. Rotation back up to our bow high. Very choppy. Slow grind up.
And then a half till turn of half hours.
Check this out. This is crazy. You have to go full screen really to see it.
Wonder if can you like reuse that stuff? Like if someone goes and like tries to pick it all up.
I mean, technically, but it's very fragile. But yes, you
Yeah.
could.
It's like the new collecting cans for the homeless is going
Yeah.
then recycling all the fiber lines.
Yeah. Like a gigantic spider. Yeah, you thought microplastics were bad.
Yeah, try micro glass.
Razor blades in the tummy. Rotation back down for off of another failure here at our 84 to 88, bottom of our balance, our upper balance from last week, I believe. Just rotating back down into this low. Not much here. Just watching to see how we interact into these POCs. It's just, should expect this to still be bid. Need to step back below this and then offer for downside. Or we look up like this and then we can continue onwards and rotate up to like 305. So really not much here while we wait. It's very clear that there's some absorption into 80s on NQ. But not really a ton of selling into our lows as of yet. Again, just our bow low here, watching to see if we can flip or if this is going to hold. We had 3 stacked POCs here, so there is gonna have to show a very clear interest back below. Probably a bid at 60 and then a retest into 70 if it's gonna go down, would be my guess. We just expect the bid to absorb here. See what they do. Mm-mm-mm. Minute 40 until new 15s. Again, just at our buyer. Need to see if this is going to flip or not on NQ. A little look below. See if we can hold it. $15 till new 15-minute candles. I'd like to see a very clear reoffer into like 65.70 if we're going to hold into new 15s. Or a continuation down, or this is going to be like a pretty clear dip buy from 60 and then rotation back over 70 in bid for full rotation back up. So I want to see a pretty clean retest here, either direction. See what they do. New 15s have opened. Again, I really want to see sell side hold here. Below 70 ideally. A little look above is fine, but anything over 73, and then I think we're just reverting back up to 80 for POC retest. We really want to see if we can shift this value here. It is incredibly important that sell side is able to, from this look below at 60, now offer here and then rotate down. If we can see this happen, then downside feels very likely. If this look below fails to hold and we pop back up, it becomes a full rotation back up to the highs. So really watching to see this battle here. We want this to offer to hold ideally for the shift of value down like we have pathed. And then we look for 55s as first PT. And then we look for a very clear sweep below 55s for full rotation down to 37. This should be your first risk off. You are playing off of our pathing here. Let's see what they do. Should get a reoffer of 55 if we're going to keep going down. Offer sticking here.
We're just keeping an eye on the market. Just seeing some weakness come through in the dollar here. Some of the gains pairing back in the S&P 500 as well. No news catalyst, just keeping our eyes out nonetheless though.
Okay, I'm out half, looking to see if we can hold 55 offer on look in.
Yes, filled imbalance here. Would like to see it down into POC.
Same as before, just watching our retest here. Easily can flip if we start to show any interest over 70s, like we said before. This is our reoffer of our sweeper down. Just stopped out a bunch of people into that 40. This is our lower target. There is not too much here until we show interest below. So this is either going to bid and trap these guys into this low, or this offer should maintain. Just gonna delete that for now, and let's see what they do here. Bid trying to flip. See if we can hold, or if we trap. You'd want to see buy side step here, like 70, 65. Any look below has the ability to, for sell side to step back in. So really watching to see if we can build here. Testing into our 65 now. Let's see if they sweep through or if this bid can hold and we can look up. RTY leading down. Keep that in mind. No, not a ton of clarity here. Just need to see if the 65 buyer is going to be able to maintain. Do you see the two big orders in F print? Um, you talking about the guys down at 40s? What am I seeing? Sell side is just trying to absorb here into this 73, but buy side is trying to bid up. We've got a minute till new 15s. Should get a decision then. 15:45, yeah. Yeah, I mean, I definitely see them down there, but there isn't a lot of clarity here. To me, it just looks like buy side needs to like very clearly show interest over these highs, and then we need to see like a very clear secondary bid step in, rotate us up, or they're just going to continue to get shit on here. With Russell leading down, that feels pretty apparent, but we'll see. If RTY breaks these lows, I don't have a lot of faith in the NQ upside move. But that being said, like I need to see us below 55 on NQ for me to really have an opinion for downside. Just opening at POC right now, right? So this is where we're watching to see if we can show interest above or if this continues to hold. Into this 73, just like I talked about. Holding POC again on open to new 15. RTY holding lows. Watching our RTY retest here. Sometimes there's just not a lot of info. Like this short down made a ton of sense off of the failure, but like once we dip into here and then we don't see any follow through, like I'm not looking to short again until I see a seller step in with size and acceleration. Like all we're doing is then punishing these people potentially. Like I don't want to short that until I see a very clear retest. So like our area of interest now is like what happens now that we retest into the seller who swept us down, right? Which is this POC here. If we don't show any interest above, and then we look back below 65 and then offer showing that that seller is still the same, right? Like maybe there's something, but like I have to see it to believe it. Like I'm not just shorting a slow market. It's how you die. I'm not getting trapped in a short. Either the short happens like immediately or I don't want to be in it. Because we're in an overall like uptrend in the since the bounce earlier, right? What am I doing shorting this move up? Just because I think we're at a high? So like either like the short's gonna play immediately, like it did on this this look below, which we played, or I don't want to touch it. And the reason why this one's an okay position to take is because we saw no interest above. We saw a bounce and then a lower high and offer into our 78s, right? So like we're seeing this absorption into our highs, we're seeing a step down, and then we're seeing a failure to step back over our value edge. This to me makes perfect sense for a short. Now that we're back here where these flat POCs are, where there's clearly interest and it's two-sided, it's way too cloudy for me. Like, do we know that there's a seller above? Yeah, right? Like that's obvious. We can see that. But we need to now see if from this selling point, if they're going to send us back down. And if they do, then there's something there for me. But I don't want to short sideways action with no ability to go in either direction. Like if we from this point reject and then offer here, this will be a viable short for me because then we have someone's trapped, right? I'm playing off of people who are trapped. And the only person who is trapped at this point is this guy down here, right? So it made more sense to look up than look down on secondary attempts. So just rotation back up to our highs. You should be risking off your first contracts into 84 if you are playing the flip. Again, it's just a hold of POC so far. Until we look below, there's not a short for me. You could try into this 84, 88, but I don't really think that there's much here. All we know is that people are offsides down into 45, and that the bid has stepped up into 65, same as before, recovering our bow low. So again, should be our first risk off, but we should expect highs to be taken here, I think, off the recovery and clear indication that people want to be participating here. What I think we could see potentially is seller still here, but then bid and then overtake and then rotation higher. Let's see what happens.
You have some more underlying participation here as well. Tesla, Nvidia, all value high.
Again, like all we've done is recover this bow low, right? So if we retest here and then find a buyer, looking higher makes sense. If this seller is very clear and we step below 65s, I will play the short with 73 as my stop. I'm gonna look below 65s, but we should be watching to see if the bid is now present here at this like 65 to 73. If they are, then I think upside feels very likely. If they're not and we step below, then I'll look to offer it in the opposite direction with that seller still present. if they can bid this. Again, watching to see if this 65 to 73 holds in our bow low here on retest after our rejection in our 84, 88. Or if this flips and then this goes offer, trapping these guys up into the highs. Same absorption as before. Just watching to see if this bid can hold now. So far, our bid is good. Testing our mid of our range here into 78.80. Offer attempting to step down. See if they flip it. Holding so far. Let's watch our retest here. POC of this candle is sitting at 73. Yeah, 10 seconds till new 15s. We want to see a very clear reoffer here on this open into this value low to POC. See if we can hold this and then rotate down off of it. If they don't do it on this attempt, I probably won't try again. We're watching this. Battlefield
Yeah,
6.
I will.
Really?
It looks yeah, it looks amazing.
Dear Lord. Battlefield. Watch the trailer? No, thank you. I do not care about Battlefield. Rather play. No, I don't want to play any of them. Garbage games. I'm playing a shooter. I'm not, I haven't been into the shooter war games since they killed campaigns and it became a bunch of just just not just not my thing, man. How many euros for the art? I don't play it for the art. Just because I don't like shooters doesn't mean that you have any like what are you doing right now?
Rage baiting.
Yeah, like what are you doing? Just shut up. Okay. Just break down already. Jesus. Just ask Sid what his aim lab scores. Yeah, man. I haven't wanted to play a shooter since I was in 8th grade. My reflexes are just not there anymore. Not fun. I loved campaigns when they were a thing, and then they destroyed single player.
I'm interested to see how long the Battlefield 6 campaign will be.
Just so sick of like battle pass this, battle pass that, sweat lobbies. It's just not fun anymore. Games with no progression just aren't fun anymore. Battle royales, like team deathmatch, just doesn't interest me anymore. Anything with like zero progress. All right, let's see what they do here. Hmm. Gotta show interest below 65. Don't like how long this is taking to play out. Not a fan. Still break even on this trade from 70, stop at 75, but the longer we sit here, the less comfortable I get in, especially if we can't get below 65s. Mike is doing the thing.
Just at like the end of your word. That's the first time it's happened today.
I just said we need to get below 65. I'm in at 70s, stop at 75. But if we continue to show no interest below here, then it's better to just take 10 points or 5.5 points right now. And Trying to stay in this if it continues to not show any interest below. We need this very clear sweep below 65 here for more.
$30 seconds here, new half hours.
This trade feels so bad.
NYMEX gasoline September futures settle at $2.10 a gallon. NYMEX diesel September futures settle at $2.31 a gallon. NYMEX WTI crude September futures settle at $66.29 a barrel, down $1.04 or 1.54%.
You have a poor entry? And you have 5 points of risk. How'd you get a poor entry? We tested into it 3 times.
NYMEX natural gas September futures settle at $2 and at around $2.93.
Get me out of here, man. That's where I took my first profit at 63. Hmm. All right, I just got stopped. It's weird that trading view shows that we didn't just trade 75s.
Mine's at 74 as well.
I don't think I've ever seen. I don't think I've seen a data divergence like that.
Like
Yeah.
point. RTY coming into previous highs here.
It's so annoying. Yeah, yeah. I just got tagged out, dude.
What is going on? Are you on a actual Tradeovate account, sir? Or are you on a prop? I'm gonna refresh all my stuff.
That's even more annoying. I wish we were moving because I would have tried this again, but I don't know, man. Like the look above still looks fine to me as a short with 5 points of risk, but I don't know. There's still just like, again, like if there's no interest below, like it's very frustrating. It's just way too slow. Bounce at our 65 here again, watching our reoffer to 70, 75. Russell still leading up. ES at our value high edge here into 50. There's no interest above that, then I just don't see it. Like there's clearly someone taking in size here into 70, 75. Offer trying to step down here. See if we can get more. This is your full push into R55, off the 65 flip, 70 holding offer. Same as before. You just show interest below 55 for more.
Minute and a half here. M15s.
Brent crude futures settle at $68.76 a barrel, down 91 cents or 1.31%.
New 15s.
P5 offer holding, rotating back down to our lows. POC of previous candle is holding as resistance as of right now. Just waiting on Russell for follow through. It's like actually zero interest below. It's crazy.
RTY, another test here into the highs. So ES and Q just sideways within range still.
Back to our 55, same offer, same everything. Need to see this look below and show interest or anything more, or it's just the same rotation.
Finland Stub says, had a good productive phone call with Trump. Brazil's Finance Minister Haddad says he may talk with US Treasury Secretary this week. Brazil's finance minister Haddad says US levies on Brazil implemented for political reasons.
All right, another hold of our 55, rotation back up to our 70-75 offer. Let's see if we can push above this time or if nothing changes. Pretty miserable range. Same as before, we're looking for a look above and then a look back in if the short is going to work. Again, right? Look above, look back in, offer, risk, push down. If we see the same thing again, we'll watch that, but we'll have to see what happens here. Bid can successfully step in from holding lows, and we can then hold this. Upside, pretty likely, at least back up to our like 85. Let's see what happens. Don't have enough information yet. RTY pushing highs. U15's opening now. Bid at the 68, 70. Watching to see if we can hold the value high of our previous candle, or again, if we rotate back through.
Brazil's finance minister Haddad says we have never left the negotiating table with the US and we will not do so until there is an agreement on the horizon. Brazil's finance minister Haddad says we are not
Good
working
hold
with a
so
specific
far.
date.
Should be able to rotate up that 85, like I said. See if we can get more. Just filled 5 into 85 there. See if we get any more here. Good flip on new 15. Good push. Went right up to our bow high into 302.
Brazil's
See if we can
Finance Minister
hold.
Haddad says we will continue to negotiate.
I'm gonna risk off 2 and then look to see if we can hold this 85 90 area on retoast.
Brazil's Finance Minister Haddad says we can make cooperation agreements with the US to produce more efficient batteries. We have critical minerals and rare earths.
Back on the rare earth.
Again, looking to see if we can build here, or if this is going to retrace the squeeze. We did the full balance move here, so just looking to see if we can hold this balance low, this upper area. I'm going to step out of runners below 80 and then look to see what we do, because I think if we don't hold here, then we'll have to come back down and retrace this candle. If there's no willing buyer up here, then I'll just wait. Just in
Brazil's
runners now.
Finance Minister Haddad says we don't want only China or the European Union to invest in Brazil. We want the US to invest too. Furthermore, Haddad says we need to diversify Brazil's foreign trade.
Maybe it's time for iTub.
I probably get stopped here. Last chance for bid, in my opinion.
Brazil's Finance Minister Haddad says the US needs to understand that Brazil wants partnerships, but not as a satellite, not as a colony.
Come on, figure it out. Need to show interest over 90 here.
Brazil's Finance Minister Haddad says beef and coffee are items that can have a new destination after steeper US tariffs.
I just got stopped on my runners, 79. Just watch 90. If we come back up, look for a bid to step back over. If it can't, then it is what it is. I'll be right back.
Two and a half minutes here till final 30s.
All right.
All the way back in.
Yeah, I figured that was gonna happen. That is why we step out. There's no follow through on the news candle, right? Like just retrace it. Hopefully we get a decent reoffer of that area. We'll see. Oops, didn't mean to move that. I'd love to see us come back into that 80 to 90. Excuse me. For a retest, but if we're just doing this seller at 70-75 again, I'm really don't want to play this range again. This trade was miserable. I liked the flip off the hold of R55. I liked this bid. This was easy risk to play off of. But your risk right now is right the 70-75 reoffer for rotation back down. I don't know how I feel about it. I'd much rather see us come back up into here, personally, but I don't know if they're going to give it to us, so let's see what happens. This new 15 should be telling. Offer holding so far. into our low here again. You're playing off of 70.75. This is great first PT. Let's see if we can push through. I'm not seeing enough from participants yet to believe in it. They're still taking in at 55. Bid is shifted down a little bit into 50 on NQ. Doing all this work just to probably close at like VWAP is so sad. Is our push to 65 from our hold at 55 is the same range as before. I'm not in this. I'm not playing this range. Can't be bothered. Full rotation back up to our 70-75 after another hold of 55s. Let's see if we can step over, or if this fails, and then we look back below. I personally would like to see us test into like 83 to 90, where that last sweep happened, and where POC of this candle is, but let's see. Yeah, I mean, I think it would happen right now if it was going to happen. Just watch your 70-75, see if bid can hold just like last time, or if this steps back down, but I think it's just going to be a rotation back up to the seller here. And then from there, we'll determine which way we go, I think. Yes, just the same edge hold, no change. 46, rotation up. RTY very flat during this movement. See if it can hold or if it flips. We just rejected into value high of previous candle so far, but I want to see if a secondary bid will step in here, just like we did on this last attempt. That led to another leg up off of a hold of 55s, or if this is going to be some sort of shift. Again, we have this participant who's offsides above. So if we do fail here and we do look below and we see a seller step in at 70s on the look below, could be a sign that we actually want to break 55s, but again, it's going to be one of those things where we're going to have to see it to believe it. All right, this is about as low as you'd want it to go. If this fails, then we'll just look for the reoffer and then play that down. Use your new 15. See what they do here. Holding our value low of our previous candle, watching our reoffer. Oh, sorry, our value high of previous candle, not value low. So holding 70 so far on offer. See what they do. Like the bid's got to be very clear here. Step us back up. It's going to be our lower high, and then failure, and then rotation through, in my opinion. That would probably lead to a break of 55s if we can't show any interest over. A lot of ER this week.
Most of it is kind of just like sector risk, though. There's AMD, Disney, but
We've got Pfizer, Cat, BP, AMD, Rivian, Marriott, McDonald's, Pinterest, Twilio, Wendy's, Palantir, Wayfair. I mean, there's a lot of big names in lots of sectors. It should give us a pretty good picture of with forward look with guidance of how they feel with the tariff situation on a lot of these consumer names. Your stock is going up because of an ad. So I don't think that's a company that I want to be invested in. Like nothing has changed in there in anything. If we see like that people are like actually buying jeans from them now, sure, next quarter. But I don't know.
One minute now until we get the markets on close imbalance.
I feel like the people that are like actually buying American Eagle are not the people who are loving it on Twitter, but maybe I'm wrong.
Ten seconds. Market on close imbalance, S&P 500, buy side 730 million, Nasdaq 100, buy side 440 million, Dow 30, buy side
There's your push into
394 million,
85.
Mag 7,
I
buy
don't know if we
side
get more.
212 million.
It's just a hold of our value on that candle at 65s. Rotation back up to POC of previous. I don't think this is very playable, personally, but we are holding where we need to as right now. We'll see what sellers do now that we've retested. This action is so bad. They are trying to hold it. Can they push through is the question. This will be interesting to see if this was a dead cat bounce from our Thursday Friday action or if that was it for sell side. I feel like this is like their one chance, but I don't know. I'm very curious to see how we open tomorrow. A bullish August would be interesting. This should just rotate into wick high, I think. I'm not trading it. Good hold of our bow here from our 84 to 88. See if it can continue, rotate up. This fails. There's not much new, nothing new. Just watching the same thing that we were watching before, which is, can this hold for rotations up, or does this fail and then rotate down again? I'm not trading it. I'm so done. I mean, it was fine for most of the day. It's just end of day is back to this garbage. Can't expect premium movement all the time. Just take what you can get. Yeah. Good pop, good hold, rotation back to our highs. That's your wick taking it being taken out.
Our 4-hour ADR on ES here.
I think you've got room to 67 on EOS. That's Vern's target as well for the fill of the.
Yeah, you have imbalance there.
Yeah.
It's the newsletter weekly pivot 70 as well. Your flip was our previous lows. There is the bell.
It trying at this 95. It's interesting. RTY just took out that VPOC.
All right, friends, I am going to go get some food and let the dogs out, and I will see you guys in about 30 minutes for class. We'll roll on through.
Goodbye, goodbye.
Peace out, everybody.